Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and guests of the Danube Dialogues Festival, I'm warmly welcoming you at the conference titled Society and Art in a Forced Reality. It is really my great pleasure to start the second day of the festival events with the conference, introducing generally the Danube Dialogues, which is the multimedia mosaic-like festival of visual arts held every year in Novi Sad, in galleries, in alternative spaces. It is focused on presenting the art in the Danube region, meaning that it is open to artists, to curators, to researchers, to art theoreticians, and offering an interesting and intriguing overview of what is going in visual arts on the Danube and around. So the festival's clear concept is dialogue on the theme and includes solo and group exhibitions, conference and lectures. This year's theme, imposed by our artistic director Sava Stepanov, is titled Society and Art in a Forced Reality, and we are sorry that he is not present to introduce the topic here today, but he is sending his warm regards, and I'm just going to illustrate his concept of the topic. The epochal crisis and tension of the world is caused by the action of raging capitalism, because large corporations and their owners have turned the whole world into their own resource, equally abusing people and nature, not once caring about the fate and future of the entire population. The pandemic circumstances, unbridled capitalism and accelerated technological development disturbed the dialectic flow, the society inside forced reality, where a man's personality is neglected and abused. It has been imposed everywhere in the world. That is why the art is exceptionally important today. It becomes the guardian of human souls, trying to make the world more human, better and more bearable. The conference is looking for an adequate reaction and response of art. In that sense, a reactualized sentence by the Serbian and Yugoslav writer of Jewish origin, Oskar Davičo, seems to be very important. The search for man is the only valid philosophy today, the only sustainable philosophy. And such an attitude requires the artists to imply the obligatory affirmation of separateness of art, in addition to critically commenting on the current reality, insisting on respecting cultivating aesthetical systems and essential ethical principles, so that the work of art would become a meaningful refugee and a kind of safe house for the men of our time. I am also very pleased to announce that today's conference is being broadcast by the Ars Electronica platform, and I'm, as the director of the festival, am very proud that Danube Dialogues are one of the 120 gardens around the world made by Ars Electronica Festival. So today we shall have a discussion divided into two panels. In the first panel, I'm hosting my dear colleagues, mainly the curators that have conceived and set up the exhibitions of the Danube Dialogues, which is the central exhibition, the Bulgarian-Serbian art dialogues, and the Timisoara Novi Sad dialogue. In the second part, we shall exchange views with art theoreticians, researchers, professors, and other art professionals around the globe who will give a different perspective to the topic that we discussed today. And it is my great pleasure to give the floor to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Culture and Information of the Republic of Serbia, Ms. Maja Gojković.
Distinguished Madam Latinović, dear conference participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to have the opportunity to address you and open this year's Danube Dialogues. Today's conference is dedicated to the place and importance of art and society in the modern age, taking into account the new circumstances that shape the time in which we live. The term forced reality in the title of this conference suggests that it is a reality that is, to say the least, not desired. I believe that also in all other periods of world history there was a dose of caution and fear of what the upcoming time would bring to art and society. Fortunately for humanity, even in cases when the global spirit of the time was not in favor of culture, art has always endured in search of truth and beauty. The beginning of the 21st century has brought huge changes in the way of life and thinking, primarily due to technological advances in the field of communications and digitalization. After that, the world was suddenly hit by a pandemic that established a new reality, placing society and art in some new streams and forms. Culture is one of the social areas most affected by COVID-19. Despite that, it showed a high degree of adaptability. The transition to digital forms of communication has brought cultural content closer to younger generations, and a new audience has been created. It is obvious that technological development has not only opened new paths for communication and created new stories and images which are waiting to be written or painted, but has also contributed to the alienation of people. Ladies and gentlemen, in the new circumstances, it has become even more obvious to what extent values in our world are under the laws of the market. In this respect, art can be viewed as a victim of global process or refuge from them. It is art that, with the power of creativity, must find a way to overcome the challenges that threaten it and to overcome the market rules of the game. Whether the art will be just an anesthetic for the problems of our time or it will be a cure, this must be decided by the art itself. On the other hand, art can realize its historical role only with cultural policies that understand and nurture all the potentials and resources of cultural development. These policies should not provide answers but create space for art to do it alone. Ladies and gentlemen, whether the spirit of the times is favorable for culture and art is the same question as whether the glass is half full or half empty. Each age offers different motives and themes. It is up to the artist to perceive and shape them in accordance with their experience and creativity. I firmly believe that also in the time ahead, culture and art will succeed in giving good answers to all the questions that reality will put up before them. Looking at human history, anything else seems gloomy and impossible. As long as there are humans and their spiritual needs, there will be culture and art. Nothing can disturb that relationship, not even the serious turbulences that the world is going through. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gojkovic. We truly appreciate the support of Ministry of Culture and Information to the conference and to Danube Dialogues in general. So, after this nice opening by our minister, I would like to introduce my guest in the first panel, which is Sanja Kojic-Mladenov, art historian and senior curator of the Museum of Contemporary Art in Vojvodina, where we are now. And then Mr. Venelin Shurelov, he is artist, curator, and co-founder of the Digital Art Festival, DAV Festival in Sofia, Bulgaria. Slavica Popov, senior art historian and senior curator at the Contemporary Gallery in Zrenjanin. And Diana Marinko, curator and artistic director of Art Encounters Biennale in Timisoara. So yesterday we have opened the first part of our exhibition program, and that related to the several segments. And I will give the floor to Sanja Kojic-Mladenov, curator or co-curator together with Diana Marinko for the Novi Sad-Timișoara dialogue. We are very proud for this segment of our program, initiated in 2016, which goes now for the 5th year in a row. And now we have seen various selections by curators, and we are very curious to find out today's selection. So could you please, Sanja, tell us about it from your perspective?
Yes, thank you, Vesna, very much. I'm very happy that I'm invited to this conference. Besides Vesna, I think that I'm like a host in this place because I'm curator in this museum where we are now, and also I'm running a Center for Intermedia and Digital Art of our Museum of Contemporary Art, Vojvodina. This is not my first time that I'm actually participating in this festival, but this is my first time that I co-curated a dialogue between Timișoara and Novi Sad together with my dear colleague Diana Marinku. I would like to start with a presentation. I have some. Okay. So we, like Vesna already said, this part of the dialogues are always connected from 3 different exhibitions in which participated 3 artists from Timișoara and 3 artists from Novi Sad. This year is the same, but what is a different one is that we are using some different locations. They are not white cube gallery spaces. They are with very strong historical and also architecture characteristics. So we are trying to find the artists who can deal with this kind of specific art environment or different situation in the gallery. We invited Oana Paula Vajner and Danica Vučetić for the first exhibition, then Andrea Medar and Danica Bićanić for another one, and Liliana Marčoj-Popa and Dragan Vojvodić for the third one. 2 of these spaces are situated on the Petrovaradin fortress, and they are part of the City of Novi Sad Museum. One of them is the Great War Well, and another one is at the ground military galleries. On my presentation you can check the time for the openings today. Those exhibitions will open only tonight, so I would like to invite you all to come tonight, of course. And the third place is also in Petrovaradin, but in a town, like sub-town areas of Petrovaradin on Prote Mihaljića Square. When we are thinking about the concept of all of those exhibitions, we are starting, of course, from the main idea of the Danube Dialogue Festival. We are thinking about communications of all of our Danube region and exploring art scenes and also dialogue of all the artists and with the different spaces, in the different spaces and with different stories. Also, we are thinking about main topic of this year's Danube Dialogue Festival and connected it with current social situation, also corona pandemic situation and situation with basically in whole world and whole society. And also we were thinking about these specific locations and then their contexts. So I will start with the first exhibition. First one is a Great War Well. You can see just few photos of this space. It's a part of the Novi Sad City Museum, and it was used in 18th century in some military activities where soldiers needed to have water in the siege or some part of the extreme military situations. I will show you only the artists from the which I chose who are coming from Serbia, and Diana will say more about Romanian artists. So I chose Anica Vucetic for this exhibition. She's the artist who are dealing mostly with video artworks, video installations, but also self-performances videos. And she's dealing with this more than 30 years, and she got the most of art prizes in our country, and she's also visible, I would say, in our region. And for this occasion, I chose two video works. One of them is presented here from the other side. It's some kind of the inner and outer communication between the artist presented in this video. This is actually like performance video, but it's not so visible because it's you will see it's really it's combining different kind of the elements, specific ambient where this artist are dealing. So she is dealing with the topic of identity, also self-presentation and isolation, and I connected that with specific space because it's sometimes prison and sometimes it can be like Eden Garden. And another video is basically showing everyday life and what artists can do there. It's sometimes she's cleaning, sometimes she's cycling or walking, doing some kind of the exercise, but it's always researching like inner space of herself. More photos. Okay, sorry. Okay, in another space is underground military galleries. We presented there Andrea Meder and Danica Bicenic. Danica, as you can see, it's a 20 kilometers long corridor in underground area of Petrovaradin Fortress. We are using for this exhibition just first part of this corridor, entrance area, and we are showing there very specific installations of these two artists. Danica Bicenic is the artist. She is presenting her work in a different media. She is dealing ongoing processual artworks mostly, and she's starting always with some basic idea and using one black abstract object, but she's presented that in a different media and different contexts. She's always working in some kind of the cycles, and when she comes to the end of one cycle, she is sometimes burying and all of art materials, and she's starting from the beginning using that ashes for her new art projects. So this is some idea of researching her artistic practice and dealing with the topic of also personal identity, because she presented herself in many of the performances also, and combining her body also with the topic of this black object. We will see this video installation tonight on this exhibition together with some other elements. This is her also in some performance. Okay, and the third one is Proto Mihaljića Square. We will present there Lilana Marčoj-Popa and Dragan Vojvodić. They needed to think about a specific situation in the open air public area. So they will present some artworks connected with letters and statements. Dragan Vojvodić is the artist who is dealing mostly with the topic of identity, personal identity, also collective memory. He's thinking mostly about history of ex-Yugoslav countries and regions, because he's presented himself in a topic, he's thinking about topic of migration, also about personal experience with it. But for this purpose, I chose one artwork which are connected more with his statements and his some very important things which he needs to say connected with the social issue. And this artwork he presented first time on Danube Dialogue, so that's a new production. So I don't have the actually photo of artwork which would we see tonight. These are his previous artworks, very connected to this tonight concept. He is dealing with the performances also, and okay, we will see something like this, like a light video installation tonight. And I think that that's the end of my presentation, very short one, but you can come tonight and check it more. For the end, I would like to show you one very small statement of this artist, Dragan Vojvodic, which he made for the purpose of Danube Dialogue Festival. Because he's living mostly nomadic life, he's using nomadic strategies, and this year he spent some time in New York, so he made this video statement there. Can we see that video now? Okay. For listening me, and see you tonight, I would say, and thank you for coming here.
Tanya, thank you so much for this presentation. The final message made by artists is quite direct and clear and up to the topic. Venelin, you have been chosen as artist, participating artist by Sava Stepanov for the central exhibition, responding to the topic, society and art in a forced reality, and then after that asked to be co-curator. So your selection, how does it respond to the topic? Could you present us, please?
Sure, thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Venelin Shurelov, and as you already know, I'm part of the curatorial team of the central exhibition in this year editions of Danube Festival. The name of it is Society and Art in Forced Reality. So we shared the responsibility for thematic and content structure together with Sava Stepanov. Unfortunately, he's not able to be with us right now, but I think we will lack his erudition and intuition at this moment, but they were the basis of our collaboration, and I'm sure that the exhibition that we present contains this. So I'm very grateful of the trust and curatorial flair of Sava Stepanov. Just briefly introducing myself, I must mention my work, and this is the answer of your starting question, Vesna. My work as a co-founder of a master program in digital art at the National Art Academy in Sofia, and as well some very logical extension of our activity in this program. extension, we taking a shape of the festival, digital art festival, DaFest. So the experience in this field for over 13 years partly explains my quick decision to respond to the invitation of Sava Stepanov and Vesna Latinovic to have this dual function in the exhibition, once as a co-curator and of course as the participant. So usually this such a dual role, it's a bit problematic. From both sides we try to escape from this complex work, but I admit that it's not completely new for me, and therefore it was not very difficult to be convinced to take this responsibility. So the effort I make to explore the field of digital arts, to present the themes, manifestos, and ideas that excite me in this specific field, always has these two phases, theory and practice. But let's go back to the point. Speaking from my personal position, it seems that the forced reality and the resulting crisis of personality and states of society are constant. In my practice, the crisis is an important factor around which I build my actions and decisions and choices. So the turbulence that we experience collectively and personally is an occasion for constant construction of new imagery, of new social mythologies, and of course new patterns of behavior. I could conclude crises support the process of self-actualization. This is a reason why I consider the title of exhibition proposed by Sava Stepanov to be extremely appropriate. Forced reality in its global dimensions transcends personal experience and adds a specific anxiety. This anxiety finds its patterns of existence between fear and concern, and between panic and empathy, between instinct for self-preservation and sacrifice at the same time. The artistic practices of the presented 5 artists, I think, very briefly demonstrate the processes that are directly related to technology. The names of the 5 artists that we present are Antoni Rejekov, Ana Prvački, Ana Vazov, and Stevan Kojic. The connection between those artists and technology and this choice, it's not accidental. I remembered a sentence by Nicolas Negroponte, who told us many years ago that like air and drinking water, being digital will only be noticed by its absence, not by its presence. So the digital arts are consequence of the interaction between digital technologies and digital culture. Artists shape their identity through the opportunities revealed by new media, but many of them react critically to their deep influences in social architecture, cultural memory, the functions of institutions, as well the construction of modern personality. Digital culture, in addition, is a part of technological consumption. It plays a very important and very important role in development of creative and critical thinking on social and cultural issues. There is a certain paradox that digital technologies are, in one hand, the cause of these problems, but on the other hand, at the same time, this is the most effective way of solving them. They give us opportunity for a new type of artistic expression, which is adequate to the contemporary way of life and the way of communication. The development of technology in the information age offers many more opportunities for creation, presentation, participation, and conceptual development of art, and in the state of isolation in a pandemic situation has strengthened the sense of technological connectivity bordering on dependence. The dominance of modern media channels for information, the active consumption of news, the thirst for statistics, disinformation anxiety, the search for technological panacea for solving all problems are all reasons to look for authors, for author positions developed through technological practices. The use of information related to the control of behavior in social terms is quite naturally transferred to the area of creative practices. Information became information from a social becomes an aesthetic event, and in some cases both at the same time. Interactive art forms take this trend. Some contemporary artistic practices are structured by the analysis and use of data floating in the general information flow. In order to influence an interactive installation with its actions, the participant following with its scope doesn't need to do direct physical intervention. The participant could be absent. So the participant doesn't need to be aware of his possible contribution. In other words, he may not know that he is part of it. This is the nature of datafied interaction. I tried to theorize this concept and develop with another project, but datafied interactions is a consequence of a human-computer symbiosis, which is not based on choice, but on coexistence. This is very important in this situation. The concept is in accordance with the principles on which the digital economy operates, the system of automatic decision systems, the omnipotence of data surveillance, the electronic consummation of information. A similar model can be seen in Antoni Rejecov pandemic sound map. He converts statistic on the spread of the COVID-19 virus into sound through sonification process based on the number of infected people per day per countries. He invent some sort of musical instrument on the surface of a metal political map, world map. He placed 186 switches, which are located on the center of each city. So the installation allows many countries to be on or off. Interactively, they could create this sound landscape, sound picture. Through this particular form of datafied interaction, statistical information has turned from a social to an aesthetic event, but it doesn't close the door to go back from aesthetic process to find its social dimensions. Aesthetically and socially, they lead their hybrid existence in the work of Anna Prvatsky also. Social metamorphosis, social comfort, social responsibility, beautification, screen gurus, magic tricks, techno miracles are the many faces of her work. In her multi-mask work, she is making adequate commentary of the current world situation. The mask embraces safety, beauty, and transformation, and seeks to rethink quarantine and isolation as a time for renewal and personal growth. Through digital media, we find many opportunities to talk about the principles of chance, feedback, aleatorics, real-time processes, and that wonderful concept introduced by J.C. Reichardt, if you remember, cybernetic serendipity. So, in addition to providing this type of art with surprising relationships and unusual processes, it brings it closer to the spontaneity and unpredictability of our own existence. And because it is close to life we personally or collectively experience, very often thematically digital arts are highly socially reflective. We see such a combination of spontaneity and social reflection in the work of Anna Vazov. Her work is accessible in a universal way through her wit and mischief. It is based on true experimentation of the basic mechanisms of time-based movement and art. Her non-stop stop-motion works rediscover modern expanded cinema and deal with the poetic mechanisms of the constancy of vision. Her works deal with social paradoxes and allows us to see a familiar world from a different perspective. Back to the nature or forward in digital euphoria are the boundaries and pulse of the powerful calls we have heard in recent months. In the context of the pandemic, they have taken on new shape. In the context of our exhibition, the boundaries have been erased and we see a very balanced approach. The work of Stefan Kojic shows these connections very finely. And finally, the work I have presented, entitled Peripatetic, is one of my latest autonomous, somehow grotesque, sad and stillborn performative mechanism. The recent global crisis confirms its complex subtext. In very thin associative boundaries, through this mythological figure, we can read our dependence on natural resources, the fragility of the human spaces, the electronic extension of our bodies, the biological continuation of the machine, and at the same time the romantic aura of walking poets. I hope the audience in Novi Sad and those who indirectly follow our event will build their own models of interpretation and enjoy the content we offer. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ven-Elin, for this inspiring and elaborate insight of the topic illustrated by the concrete examples of the exhibition that we opened yesterday and witnessed that it is really exciting. So my pleasure is to start the conversation with Slavica Popov. Slavica, you have been engaged together with Nadezhda Jakova, art historian and director of Museum of Contemporary Art Arsenale in Sofia, in selecting the artists for Bulgarian-Serbian dialogue. Could you please now present the selection of the artists?
Yes, thank you, Vesna. As you said, I am a co-curator of Bulgarian-Serbian artistic dialogue. The selection of Serbian artists, artistic couple Di Struktura, Ana Vrtačnik and Monika Sigeti, at the Bulgarian-Serbian dialogue was designed in response to the selection of curator Nadezhda Jakova, who chose Sasha Stoicov, Ludmila Lazarov, and Javor Kostadinov. By jointly exhibiting works by Serbian and Bulgarian artists, similarities and differences can be noticed, but also how artists from different environments react to current circumstances and how mutual communication can be established. All selected artists start from personal attitudes, but their dialogue is understandable, I hope, despite the cultural differences that condition different thinking. And they all point in their own way to escape or return to nature or reflect on the natural order of things as it is or as it should be. In response to a selection of works by Bulgarian artist Sasha Stoicov, the artistic couple Di Struktura presents itself with an ambient video installation called Struggle, which was filmed in 2010 during their stay in the Sičevo colony. But video installation is created in 2020. Sičevo is the oldest Yugoslav and Serbian art colony started by Nadezhda Petrović in 1905, conceived as a place where artists will paint, study, and exchange opinions. And the artists who stayed in Sičevo in 2010 are trying to imagine that first stay in that colony and to think about the works they will create. The very fact that these scenes take place at the beginning of the 21st and not at the beginning of the 20th century is indicated only by planes that leave their white mark in the sky. This return to the beginning of the 20th century is also present in the works of Sasha Stoicov, where in a series of paintings, Nolita, he documents scenes from New York in the way that Paris looked through the vision of an impressionist painter. Struggle by Di Struktura is relevant, especially during the world pandemic, when the existence and right to work and creativity of artists was endangered, when we were forced into a kind of isolation and sought to escape to nature, because indulgence in leisure and contemplation are a big part of artwork, not only the production. And in that context, the work Struggle communicate with abstract works of Bulgarian artists created during isolation. Unlike Ludmila Lazarov, who creates his abstract paintings without any allusions to the subject world, Ana Vrtačnik finds her starting point in natural forms, which she again creates with natural material, wool. However, the forms she creates, although they seem organic, biomorphic and zoomorphic, do not have ambition to suggest the world around us. It represents a research of transition of natural material and natural forms into a work of art. As Ludmil Lazarev's painting is rooted in abstract painting formed a century ago, whose most important representatives are men, While women who developed such a style mostly disappeared from the artistic scene, the dialogue between Bulgarian Serbian artists includes gender dialogue. In the work of Ana Vratačnik, one can read art as specifically female, especially because women from her family are involved in the creation of her works, which allows her work to be identified with the ideas of female creativity, even though she has no feminist engagement. Also, this process of making can serve us as a discreet and unintentional critique of capitalism that lies on the shoulders of unpaid women's labor, while the process of including women in the labor market leads to their emancipation and empowerment. Of course, under the condition that of the art market exists and functions. A special segment of Ana Vratačnik's work is that her works insist on tactility. Soft, natural forms invite us for a touch that has become taboo during the pandemic, which we need for a more comprehensive perception of the world around us. The need to return to nature, the need for touch, for familiarity and intimacy, especially expressed in a series of works by Monika Sigeti, called Outdoor Activities, set in dialogue with Bulgarian artist Javor Kostadinov, who also deals with the problems faced by the individual in a pandemic. Monika creates almost surreal landscapes in a post-lockdown setting. In the background of these drawings is the traditional toile de joie pattern, filled with romantic and idyllic pastoral scenes that originated in the 17th century in France and then experienced its popularity on several occasions. In this classic monochrome French design, which is an allusion to the virtual perfect world, Monika inserts scenes that are present in the real world and that are related to the situation we all found ourselves in during 2020. These scenes can have different connotations that are always filled with a dose of humor, sarcasm, but also eroticism, things that fill everyday life, regardless of the turbulent and crisis circumstances that burden us. As we experienced a complete turn to digital technologies and the virtual world during the previous year, which is imposed on us as a new trend, the new reality is to get out of it into the real world. At the end, I will invite everybody to visit the exhibition of Serbian-Bulgarian dialogue, which is placed in 3 galleries, Sulov Gallery, Bell Art Gallery, and the small salon.
Yes, little art gallery.
Little art gallery.
Okay, thank you, Slavica, so much. We have seen yesterday evening that all 3 exhibitions are unique, have unique atmosphere, and the responses of the selected artists are diverse. So there is time in the next 2 weeks that the audience can visit exhibitions and have their own views on what we have presented just now. Now my task is to call Diana Marinko, who has co-curated exhibition Timișoara Novi Sad Art Dialogue. I hope that both the topic and the non-conventional alternative spaces of Petrovaradin Fortress and Suburbia have been inspiring to you, Diana.
Thank you very much, Vesna. Indeed, they were very inspiring, but mostly I was very inspired and honored to work with Sanya and with you on this project. I feel very lucky to be part of this amazing team, and I think it's really important as a signal right now for the whole art scene to develop this kind of collaborations, especially since I trust very much this kind of co-producing and collaborations as, let's say, a future future recipe for somehow transgressing this very difficult period we are in right now. Of course, my gratitude goes also to the artists who accepted the invitation, and two of them are here, and for the public who will accompany us during the three-folded opening tonight. It's very important to have them and to also be guided by their perspective. Unfortunately, one of them could not be here, but I hope I will compensate this lack as good as I can. And also, I am very happy to have been accompanied during all this work by Sorina and Triade Foundation, which has been such a committed partner in this. So to try to respond in a way to Sanja's very interesting presentation of the Serbian artists, I would like to also show you some of the works that we propose, which are in fact two existing works and one new commission which responds somehow to the topic of the festival, and all three artists are somehow, in my view, connected through this idea of transgressing borders, of looking into in-between spaces and the layers of memory and history. I think there are very many things connecting the Romanian art scene with the Serbian one, and especially Timișoara with Novi Sad. So I really tried to also follow some of the thoughts that Sanja and Vesna came up with, but also to respond in an original way to this provocation. One of the artists who I invited is Andreea Medar. And Andreea Medar, you will see in the presentation only very small glimpses of the artworks, because I want to keep the mystery for the event tonight. Andreea Medar is one of the young artists from the Timișoara art scene who I trust a lot, and I think she's one of the most dynamic artists you can see on the art scene now in Timișoara, but also nationally, since she has projects in very many cities in Romania. What we propose from her side for the underground military galleries is actually an object that I called a reflective object for a reflective self. Her object is constructed as a mirror somehow of all the dichotomic concepts that we can identify with. We as humans are always somehow marked by these oppositions that have to find in a way a common ground. And it's about this meeting of the oppositions that I thought this object could be an interesting starting point for questions and reflections. Andrea, she always tries to make visible some of the things that have to do with our interior self, and it's very nice that she always investigates these issues, but without staying necessarily in a very intimistic approach, but trying to transform them into general thoughts and ideas. The other artist that I will present is Liliana Mercioiu Popa, who is also present here today. And Liliana, she's an artist also very present, active and dynamic on the Romanian art scene today. She works in different media very naturally, going through objects, installations, public artworks intervention. And for this occasion, for the public square, we decided to show a public artwork, What About You, which is actually a question that relates very much to the whole practice of Liliana. I feel that she can be very well connected to the trend of relational aesthetics, and many of her works deal actually with relational topics and try to interrogate the social role of art and how art can connect or relate different people. So the dialogue is very important in this work, and I thought it has a double meaning somehow. What about you can be a question that somehow turns the artwork into a reflection for the audience. What is your opinion about the artwork? What is your standing point? But on the other hand, what about you can be just as well a reminder that you are a very important part of the public discourse. I think that it's our responsibility, all of us, not only the artists, but also the audience, to respond in solidarity and responsibility to all the issues relating to public space and public discourse. And the last work by Juana Paula Weiner, who is the artist who will only be present through her voice in the interventions in the exhibition, is actually a work that hasn't been shown before, and it's very much connected to the Danube. She presents a sound installation made up of 3 different sound pieces. The first one, it's actually like a collage of samples from different musicians interpreting the song Crimea River, a song which was composed for Ella Fitzgerald, but which has a long history of interpretations. And in these samples, you can see different types of approaches to the same song. The next sound piece is actually a reading by the artist of a New York Times article from 1983, where the journalist talks about these attempts and also successes of the people who wanted to flee Romania, to go over the border by swimming through the Danube on the other side, in the ex-Yugoslavia side. And it's actually a story that reminds us also about the symbol of the Danube as being a symbol of hope, but also of all the tragedies that are connected to this need of escaping and of transgressing a border. And the last piece from this audio installation, it's actually the sound of the Danube spring, the sound of the origin of the Danube, which somehow brings us back to a more metaphorical level of the whole installation, which relates to collective and personal memory, to nostalgia, to politics, and to identity. And I think that all of these are very much related to this year's topic of the Danube Dialogues, and I hope you will find enjoyable all this parkour that we are proposing, and especially the connections between the Serbian and the Romanian artists. So I was really lucky to have this opportunity to investigate this type of relations, and thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Diana. You are mostly welcome. And thank you for this extraordinary introduction to the this evening exhibitions. And we are looking forward to see the results of the dialogue between you and Sanja and between the artists. Now it is the moment to invite artist and professor at the Faculty of Media and Communication, Nataša Teofilović, with whom we cooperate for a couple of years. I am asking her to join us online. Just a minute to make the right connection, and we have a visual, but now we have to get audio connection for a moment.
Okay, I am going to speak something. Just let me know when you can hear me, please.
It's okay, Natasha, we can hear you. You can start your presentation. Welcome to the conference.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry for this, but now it works. So, as a first, thank you for the invitation. I'm so honored and happy to participate in this so important festival for me. It is not the first time. And after these interesting curatorial presentations, I'm going to present myself as an artist and my art and state of mind in the last 3 years. Generally, it's about my artistic approach to my living environment, where I am now. So let's start with the PowerPoint presentation with the first slide. And please, could you play the video? Slide 2, please. Preparing this presentation, I found in my artistic documents this video, this personal testimony video, and it was done in 2015. And I decided to start this presentation with this topic, with dreams that becomes reality through human effort and through fate. As we all know, last 2 years we experienced, we lived with global instability, with fear, lockdown, serious ecological threat, brutal exploitation of human beings and natural resources. And from this reason, and in these circumstances, the fate, the ability to dream, a human effort for betterness, these topics for me becomes some kind of counterweight and important. Slide number 3. And in these circumstances, the way of living, as we all experience it, inevitably changed. By analyzing my own artistic work, I'm going to discuss my artistic and life attitude during this challenging situation. This global instability has again actualized the important points of my poetics: private, behavioralism, the equalization of art and life, the art of moving through the space of emptiness or void. Behavior in the wide, empty space, virtual or real, depends only on personal intention. This is, for me, impulse for life. That is why the void of virtual space is personal space. Slide number 4. So this is the art of moving through the space of emptiness. As a student of architecture, I wrote a manifesto, and now I'm going to read it. Architecture is a void that is established by defining the boundaries or delimitations. Void is a structured space of unstructured meanings and rules of behaving. Behavior in the space of emptiness only depends on the intention of the person who is in it. Hence, emptiness is personal space. I found this manifesto a decade later and realizing that I had remained consistent through my art. Slide number 5. Emptiness. These are topics. Emptiness, whiteness, are how to transform. Next slide. Movement is the way how to be present. Next slide. Behavior, gesture, performance are the way how to heal myself. Next slide. Private, garden are the way how to create the quietness. Next slide. Confrontation and encounter with oneself, real and virtual one, are the way how to getting to know otherness. Next slide. Backstage means how the life of art really is. Next slide. Art as a process. Next slide. Self-portrait, avatar, face-to-face. The poetics remain the same, as well as desire to learn, to explore the new and the unknown. Desire to get to know oneself, to transform oneself through the process of art creation. Next slide. We live in different worlds of art and worlds of artists. When asked, what is the purpose of my art? My answer is that art should provide a different experience, a different perception of the world and reality we are in. Next slide. Personally, for me, art is an impulse for life. A place where the world of art and the world of artists are the one. Next slide. 3 years ago, I started to renovate my old family house, built before the Second World War. And this is the slide how it was looking. Next one. Healing the house, I healed myself. It was not just an act of reconstruction and disinfection, but the incorporation of my energy into every layer and corner of this place. Next slide. The act of cleaning, throwing away the old and worn out, was an act of cleaning the memory. Next slide. As I mentioned in manifesto at the beginning, that was the creation of white, empty space, the creation of a void space for the new beginning. Next. In such circumstances, a pandemic happened. This situation directed my focus even more on living space, daily obligations, plans, and, this is important, manual work. Next. The more virtual existence imposed itself as the main way of communication, work, information, the more physical existence and manual work become the imperative of normalcy for me, creating healthy living frameworks, nurturing and maintaining the existing life. My art of movement in the space of emptiness and silence. Next. I learned to restore or carpentry by myself with help with my friends. It is do-it-yourself approach. And in this context, the 3D animation autobiography Silence was created. It is a virtual journey through my own living environment. Next. 23, please. From the authentic series of photographs of the building in reconstruction, I generated a 3D model of the house using the method of photogrammetry. Next one. 25, okay. The space in which people lived for generations carried material and emotional traces of former residents' former life. Our memory is subjective and can only be reconstructed in fragments. Each of the former residents would describe this in a different way and go through this space in a different way. From there, this virtual space is fragmentary in constant transformation as we have to vision of several different people at the same time. The segments of the missing objects are filled with the photogrammetric 3D models of roses and basil from my garden and Song of the Birds. A life that remains and a life that I continue. The last slide is a video. I will ask you, could you play it, please? This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
So much for this very personal, very intimate reflections and observations on the general, on the humanity questions at this moment. Thank you so much for joining us, and all the best in your artistic and lecture career.
Thank you.
The last participant of this panel was supposed to be Dimna Vuksanovic, author, philosopher, aesthetician, professor at the Faculty of Dramatic Arts, who was prevented to join us today, but she has sent her essay, her paper, which is, I think, very inspiring, and I would like to share it with you. So, Dimna Vuksanovic, Art and the New Normal. Adorno's dictum, then to write poetry after the experience of Auschwitz was barbaric, may apply by analogy to any situation where poetry or art slavishly agrees to serve an infamous moment in history in which history itself is reset. Here we will try briefly to examine how art sees itself in the COVID-19 era and after, without delving too deeply into the autonomy, rather inquiring whether it is value in itself and the fait social or fact of society, as defined by Adorno in his aesthetic theory. We will therefore be looking at the factual effect of art in an age of global societal and economic change, officially known as the new normal. The Oxford Dictionary defines the new normal as a previously atypical or unfamiliar situation, behavior, etc., which has become standard, usual, or expected. The expression, we are told, was first used a century or so ago in North American culture and comes from economics, as the Quarterly Journal of Economics in 1920 says. It entered modern-day parlance in 2008 to characterize the onset of the global economic crisis, which reached culmination in late 2019 through 2020, only to be reconsidered in mid-2021 as the potential post-phase of a normalizing reality. With this in mind, we ask how contemporary art has responded to the challenges of a pandemic and the new normal, taking into account that art and culture were among the first, indeed the first, to go into lockdown. It is common knowledge that almost all reproductive art, along with other creative areas such as concerts, theater, film, etc., was the first to move to digital or online performance reproduction, made possible by the prior implementation of strategies of digitalization. Even before this, some of the art world was already working in the digital key, while the rest adapted with varying degrees of success to the changes, translating into creative drive from analog to digital. The state of affairs should be set against the skepticism of Michel Houellebecq, who considers the coronavirus crisis accelerated already existing trends, and that post-corona things can only get worse. Reacting on Radio France Inter to the usual plaints that after the pandemic nothing will ever be the same again, the author responded that we will not wake up in a new world, it will be the same, just slightly worse. Is this a negation of the new normality or the same paradigm in regression? What then would the new normal or normality mean to the world of art? Would it relate only to the conditions in which artists produce, working from home, creating and keeping up with events online, artists working in smaller groups, individuals working alone? Or does it refer to activities and projects that are the creation not of artists but AI companies? These businesses not only introduce new standards and norms into contemporary art, but also the tools with which to implement them, sometimes as applied to photography and sound, but also to visual objects in general. Besides digital and online strategies of artistry, another form of adaptation relates to the old idea of emulating, reflecting reality, particularly when it comes to the visual arts. Moreover, to the extent that contemporary artistic production is characteristically immersed in the new normal culture, it affects the artist's work by normalizing it in an attempt to make it fit into urban culture life. This practice is not always a simple mimesis of the existing state. Sometimes it is a slight distortion or even resistance to it, intimated by various indications. An example is a recent exhibition held in Dubai, which at first sight appears to reflect the urban new normal, while in fact the works on show merely seem to be normal but actually weren't. The next sphere of action in the new normal is therapeutic. Some psychologists, psychiatrists, and psychotherapists, along with managers of art and culture, propagate the concept that new art should be included in the social mainstream, where it will help heal the traumas engendered by COVID-19. Art would thus adjust to the new conditions, justifying its existence by acting for the good of the community. In that case, one might expect various art therapy projects to be financed by public funds of one kind or another. In short, some theorists and practitioners advocate socially responsible art using various techniques of art therapy, usually online, while supporting research into its benefits for the mentally ill, and particularly those whose health was adversely affected by the pandemic. A third option for relating art to the new normality has to do with criticizing or resisting the existing or projecting situation when setting up social and cultural norms. Resistance takes two forms. One that manifests itself as a return to tradition, the retrograde argument for return to the old normal as a way of opposing the new. This, of course, is not mere inertia, but well thought out strategy. The other model, certainly rare, is critically or proactive praxis through art, which means anticipating the future via involvement and emancipation. An example might be the widely broadcast marches by anonymous performers wearing personal protection equipment who marched in formation through the streets, squares, and underground train stations of European cities, despite the fact that the pandemic had been declared. No faces were visible, but the critical message was clearly conveyed by the zombie-like movements of the performance and the accompanying voiceover, an artistic revolt against values which had become unrecognized during the pandemic. The first demo of this kind took place in Switzerland at night outside the police station and quickly went viral, spreading to other European countries and eventually to Canada. This type of street theater is a rare example of art that, though on the defensive, finds a way of taking action to question the status quo and any ill-considered shifts to the so-called new normal. A glance at the present relationship between art and the new normality would indicate that the response of art, caught on the top by recent circumstances, has been to adapt to the existing situation with minimum critical engagement, manifesting both the impoverishment of artistic modes of protest and the absence of a will for emancipation. So this was the paper of Dimna Vuksanović. I'm sure that you agree that it was worth sharing with you. I'm glad that all these papers, all these reflections will be published in the post-produced catalogue of the Danube Dialogues. So the more audience will be able to find out about our reflections. So this is the end of the first panel of our conference. Please have a break, have a cup of coffee, a kind of refreshment, and come back within 40 minutes, I think. Thank you for your attention. Welcome to the second part of the conference. I would like to greet and introduce my dear friends from our participants from Singapore, South African Republic, Japan, and Serbia. So it is my pleasure to meet and to present Miss Adeline Kua. She is artist and professor at La Salle University in Singapore. Then Mr. Wisile Musudulu, who is the Director of Arts and Culture Heritage in Johannesburg. Mr. Tomohiro Okada, who is present here in the space, in the Museum of Contemporary Art. Then Miss Svetlana Mladenov, she is art historian and curator and critic from Serbia. And Mr. Mileta Poštic, who is artist, animation professor, director of company which is famous company dealing with the animation, and also special advisor to the Minister of Culture of Republic of Serbia. Also, we shall have the opportunity to meet Ivana Sremčević-Matijević, the director of Video Medea Art Festival in Novi Sad, who will join us in a very special video way. So, Miss Adeline, Miss Kua, welcome to our conference. Thank you very much for joining us from Singapore.
Thank you.
So it will be very nice to,
yes,
it will be very nice to hear your reflections, observation of the topic from the perspective of artist and lecturer. So could you please join us in that way?
Thank you. Thank you. I'll begin. Thank you very much for having me. I'd like to thank Milenko Provački for the initial link up, and then clearly the organizers for this very special event. The inclusion is very meaningful. I don't know, I hope my video is not too laggy, but let's start with the slideshow. Yeah. Okay. So I will talk about the idea of care, intimate labor, and liminality by speaking specifically about drawing as praxis. The project began with the many stages of lockdown that we were involved in the past year and a half, and I wanted to look at how drawings and objects may be used to make sense of our everyday life and rituals. So I'll talk through a number of my artworks here. The notion of intimate labor is borrowed from Eileen Boris and Rachel Salazar-Pareñas' work in 2010. And intimate labor consists of activities including bodily and household upkeep, personal and family maintenance, as well as sexual contact or liaisons. Yeah, you can hear me all right, right? Yeah. And the isolation. Okay. And the sense of isolation also got me to think about the various intimate, invisible, and emotional labor within our domestic space, within the homes, and how can I transform some of these rituals, because there is this clear sense of disembodiment. We were all in isolation, a lot of classes were happening via Zoom, and therefore are there ways in which we can look at uses of different materials, different ways of slowing down, and different ways of understanding a more embodied relationship to the world around us. Next slide, please. Okay, thanks. This work in 2017, Everything But Gold, actually carried on their paper beads, which were made by my parents in 1963 when they started courting. And they were made of calendars that were readily available in the home. And for the 6 months that they were together, they made enough beads to become bead curtains that separated the living room and the dining room and the kitchen in the matrimonial home and the home that we grew up in. And interestingly enough, there was an accident that my son had with them, and for the first time, I opened them up and realized that they were calendars. Prior to that, you just think of them as these little objects of beads. And significantly, during the 6 months of the courtship in 1963, the calendars that my parents had used also encapsulated a moment in time, a historical moment where Sabah, Sarawak, and Malaya became Malaysia in September 16th. Next slide, please. Okay, so I will speak from a position where feminism is key and crucial to my practice, where the personal is political. And I start from this personal positioning that Trinh Minh Ha speaks of as well, where it's a way of knowing the world inwardly, so that the deeper we go into ourselves, the wider we go into society. So the works are very historical and linked with the larger social political context. And I also situate the practice within Alia Al-Saji's idea of the ethical critical vision, where it allows for a kind of reflexivity, and how seeing it already involves seeing with others. Next slide, please. Yeah, so drawing for me, it is used to pull together the relationship across time and space. And in many of my my practice, I gravitate towards different elements of the everyday lives that are not necessarily very much in the foreground. So I try to draw from these references and bring it to the center. And I'm hoping that some of this labor, including housework, craft, and emotions, could also come to fore to address the imbalances in our society. Next, please. All right, so these are two close-ups of the beads. So when the paper beads that my parents made on the left unraveled in an accident, you will see that the paper bore traces of time. It's browning at the corner. And I decided also to poetically engage with the idea of the time capsule by working with 24 karat gold. The title of this work, Everything But Gold, came from a phrase in a conservation talk that I attended, where they spoke about how the conservators spoke about how everything but gold corrodes. So I thought that was also quite exciting to be able to work with 24 karat gold that I had come into inheritance through the passing of my mother-in-law, and through the research money that I had via the college, which in the end it didn't happen in terms of the research money, but I managed to work with gold as a medium to relate to these things. Okay, next slide, please. All right, so these are close-ups of the version that I made in 2017 and 2019 in the same format and template that of the paper beads of 1963. Yeah. Okay, next slide, please. All right, so for another iteration in the Art Science Museum, in a show called 2219, Futures Imagined, I decided to work with a same idea, but this time my position was much more clearer, and I wanted to mediate between the flows of capital and labor. So the different communities and persons were engaged through my link. I wanted certain rattan mats and materials to be sourced from Sarawak, so it empowered another group of another group of communities, another group of persons there. And then some of the furniture for the installation came from a second-hand store selling teak furniture. So it was a mom and pop shop, like a small husband and wife team. So working with them also made me think about aspects of how do we sustain, how do certain relationships, how do we ensure that the ways in which we source for materials are related to a more meaningful making process or processes. And I also use recycled materials as well as pre-cut paper for the wishes. And it was also a nice way, a very to complete the cycle. I managed to involve and pay my parents, whose earlier works have contributed to my earlier iterations. I managed to get them to make works 50 over years later. And then subsequently the beads were brought back for the exhibition. So it is a full cycle of the involvement between two countries, Singapore and Malaysia, and specifically Sarawak, the state that I'm from, and a kind of foregrounding of a continual and resilient form of love and care, of giving back. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so this is an ongoing project that I started. I launched it in Sydney in a gender studies conference, and it's called the Tear Project. And there are two parts to this. So on one part, it's my own daily journal of tears, like I collect the liquid secretion from myself, and into a vial. And then the second form is in terms of stories that are shared, tears from my collaborators. So I literally give out vials and which the participants can keep, but I get them to tell me or share with me when they had shed a tear or two. And the responses are quite varied, and it's quite interesting to hear that for some, particularly the male participants of the older generation, there was so many hesitation or ideas that they have to stop themselves from being emotional about it. And I also find that this project has a play with the idea of tear, but also tear, meaning that split or divide or the pulling apart of something. And it is really about the agency behind the process that's usually relegated to the realms of women, and to cry and to tend to be linked as a sign of weakness. So some of the questions that I hope to ask in this Tear project is how do we look at emotions as a form of reconnecting with our being in today's context? How do we deal with aspects of mourning and grief in light of our daily realities and the present ecological turn? And interestingly enough, this project began before COVID-19. And I think for most of us, the year and a half, the pandemic and the sense of isolation has brought about different kinds of grieving. That's not necessarily just about death of persons who are close to us, but loss of community, loss of touch, and the many different sides of the idea surrounding notions of grief. Yeah? Next, please. Okay, so this particular project was meaningful in that during the start of the lockdown, because of my immunocompromised body, I limited my movement outside the house to about 5 minutes a day. So I'll go down to the nearest mini mart, which is 5 minutes away, to buy some milk or some products. And then I would meander. There's a Japanese concept of michikusa, which is to meander from point A to point B, but it's not a straight line, but you just kind of get lost. And I started looking at wildflowers or weeds or what I call roadside beauties. And there was a particular saying that that was very significant, where Rama Rama Masuk Rumah, or the butterfly in the house. And it's to do with butterflies inside the house, usually refers to a kind of visitation by spirits or persons that you're thinking about. So during my walkabout, this particular flower or wildflower that I looked at was bunga laba-laba. And I began looking at the cycle of this plant from the root, from the seeds to the buds to the flowers and so on, the leaves and and whatnot. And it's really this relationship to what I used to do as a child in Sarawak on the island of Borneo, where we would forage wild ferns and vegetables for food. Not that because palette was or what was available was wider. We knew more about the different types of wild plants that in the rainforest that could sustain us. So it intrigued. What intrigued me most was how some of these native plants have traditional and medicinal uses that we've long forgotten. And in the process of learning about these roadside beauties, I was really happy to get to learn and research more about the wisdom of the past and the different historical and knowledge systems that were lesser known today. So next, please. So I made tea, I made poultices with them. A continuation of that project. So lockdown also meant that we kept grounded. So some of the works that I made were clearly grounding strategies, so that I could feel my body again. It was very nice to see the earlier presentations and to hear the different artists talk about how they were remodeling their home and finding ways to heal the space and heal themselves. So in this particular one for the Singapore Tyler Print Institute fundraiser, I extended the wildflowers, roadside beauties, to also look at to link it with the Japanese idea of Kacho Fugetsu, where it really means that through nature we learn more about ourselves. And interestingly, this Japanese concept was really poetic and beautiful for me, because it's made up of 4 characters, right? Flower, bird, wind, and then next slide, please. This particular project tales that include the wildflower beauties that I got to know in the months leading beforehand. And during the circuit breaker, I really did make quite a bit of cocktails and experimentations with cooking as well as with cocktail. So each cocktail corresponds with the different types of wildflowers and roadside beauties. So we had next image, please. We have coconut rum with ginger flower. We had this beautiful blue butterfly pea flower, which is blue in color. It's naturally used for food coloring, but as soon as you add some citrus or some lemon juice to it, lime juice to it, it changes to this beautiful purple color. So it's a kind of alchemy happening. Yeah. Okay. Next, please. I'm wrapping up. So wanted to also go back to Tri Minha and how her notion of speaking nearby is something that I also I think I encountered in the 90s art school, and exciting to have met her in person and speak in the same forum. But really, this idea of speaking nearby is a speaking that does not objectify, does not point to an object as if it is distant from the speaking subject or absent from the speaking place. So it's a kind of speaking that reflects on itself and comes very close to the subject without, however, seizing or claiming it. So there's no situation where you try to speak about or speak on behalf of something else in a very oppressive manner. Yeah. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, that's it. I end my presentation here, and I look forward to the questions after the rest of the participants today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adeline. Yes, it was really nice to hear this art practice reflections and examples. Please stay with us. We might have some questions at the end. I think so. So let's introduce Mr. Wisile Mshedulo from Johannesburg. Do we have him? Hello, Wisile. It is so nice to... Fine, thanks. And it is so nice to see you again after a year, about a year. We took part in a conference organized in Joburg, related to the Joburg Festival. So the situation
during the Atala Festival.
Yes. So the situation have not been changed much. So how is cultural sector in Johannesburg coping with the pandemic circumstances?
Well, it is very difficult at the moment because the lockdown has had a very adverse effect on the creative industries, So, but excitingly, yesterday we launched the 2021 edition of the Atalife International Arts Festival, which is going to be presented in a hybrid model, and most of the content is going to be virtual, but at least this is going to be an opportunity for many artists to participate more meaningfully, expressing their creativity, but also earning some economic opportunities. And this is the 29th edition of Atalife that we will be presenting from now until the 12th of December.
Thank you for that information. So we would join you in these days after the conference. But now I would like to ask you to give us your overview on the topic society and art in a forced reality, and give us some examples around you.
Thank you. So I've prepared a presentation, so that we can share our perspectives on the subject of today. And in the next slide, the first thing I want to do is to thank you, Vesna, and your team for affording us the opportunity to be part of the Danube Dialogues and essentially the Danube Contemporary Art Festival. It's an exciting moment for us. So if we go to the next slide, the first thing, this is a very heavy topic, very pregnant with many meanings. But the first thing I would like to do is to really probe the chosen theme, and do so by way of a few questions. And the first question is, what is society, and does society exist in reality? 2, what is art and what is not? And then 3, who decide what is art and who is an artist? Then 4, what is reality, and is reality a result of what we perceive it to be? Then 5, do we bring things to life through how we perceive them? Or if we fail to perceive a particular reality, does it mean that that reality does not exist? And then 6, is it possible to have a collective or common perception of reality in a world that promotes individualism? And we've also seen how COVID-19 has really fragmented many societies and pushed, people into their individual corners and further entrenching individualism. Do national societies result in a global society is the seventh question I wish to ask. And lastly, does the concept of international community include all countries, or is it synonymous with the West? Next slide, please. So to really look at society in a forced reality, the theme, in my view, the set of questions that I've already asked, help us to unravel the subject of this year's conference with greater precision and perhaps more objectivity. My presentation will therefore focus on four sub-themes. The first being to look at notions of society, secondly, to look at notions of art, and then thirdly, to look at the notions of reality. And these are the segments that really constitute this year's theme. Lastly, I want to look at some examples of artists who, in my view, are challenging the phenomenon of forced reality. And now to look at notions of society in the next slide, in my view, society, as I understand it, is a social construct, and it's supposed to be also a social contract that binds together a group of people to a particular set of values and aspirations. Society exists because we perceive it and we agree that it exists. Otherwise, society is just a social construct. In the African context, there continues to be a deep contestation about the genesis, the nature, and even the structure of today's African societies. And I will elaborate more on this. This is because Africa's history of colonial invasion and consequences such as misfits, fragmentations, false boundaries that currently persist as a result of the colonial invasion continue to shape the nature and the structure of today's African societies. And as we know, the Berlin Conference of 1884 to 1885 is largely responsible for how we have come to know the current border demarcations of Africa and the problems that result from these demarcations. In more contemporary terms, and like other people who reside outside of the West, we are battling with the consequences of the Europeanization of African institutions and even the African individual, both cognitively but also spiritually. This cultural onslaught seems to be more pronounced in South Africa, and that is so because of the ferociousness of cultural imperialism in the South African context. The next slide. Now, to look at the notions of art, whatever we think of it, art has the capacity to galvanize societies into a particular direction and to create possibilities that we never imagined are possible. Art has the capacity to infuse life into a world that is ensnared by the forced reality of a pandemic and even death, in the same way that the Danube dialogues has breathed life into Novi Sad. And one may even argue in the same way that Danube itself as a river has infused life in all the territories that run parallel to its life. So today, artists, whatever our definition of what an artist is, are increasingly forced into a reality of reducing themselves to be mere entertainers and decorators. And from the perspective of African cosmology, our understanding of the gift of art is that it is much more sacred and deeper than entertainment or just merely decoration. To have a clearer and deeper understanding of the role and the value of art in society, it is extremely important that we understand the inherent spirituality in the gift of art. And this is particularly important for artists to understand. And by spirituality, and I am not merely referring to a worldview or a particular set of beliefs or lineage to any particular religion, I am essentially referring to the instrument of location and navigation in the world. In essence, a deeper understanding of self that will help us to understand the world and to engage with the world on terms that are dictated by us. Therefore, in my view, artists and art should principally occupy themselves or preoccupy themselves with the root cause of the problems of society and therefrom help in the construction of societal aspirations. Next slide, please. Now, many of you may have encountered the work of the illustrious African writer, who also was a practicing psychiatrist and revolutionary thinker, Frantz Fanon. In his resignation letter to Bleeder Joinville, when he resigned from the psychiatric hospital, he wrote, "A society that drives its members to desperate solutions is a non-viable society, a society to be replaced, and it is the duty of the citizens to say this." Now, Fanon further observed that, and I open quote, "How can I provide psychological services in a society that drives people to insanity?" Close quote. This led him to abandoning the practice of psychiatry and joining the National Liberation Movement of Algeria. And perhaps like Fanon, the people who refer to themselves as artists today, especially those in the so-called developing world, should pause and ask themselves the same question: how can artists confine themselves to the forced reality of being entertainers and decorators in a society that drives people to desperation? For artists on the African continent, this question is particularly important, understood in the context of the observation made by Africa's great minds, Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o, in his classical work, Decolonizing the Mind. And Ngugi posits, and if you look at what he posits in the next slide, Ngugi, when looking at in the chapter, The Language of African Theatre, he posits that the land question is basic to understanding the history and contemporary politics, and is indeed, it is of the 20th century history, wherever people had their land taken away by conquest, unequal treaties, and by the genocide of parts of their population. The Mau Mau militant organization, which spearheads the armed struggle for Kenya's independence, was called the Kenya Land and Freedom Army. Now, I use this example in the African context, because as Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o helps us, it helps us to appreciate the centrality and the interconnection between land and freedom as it applies in the African context, and also, therefore, giving substance to the aspirations of the majority of African societies. Arising from this, shouldn't the forced reality of dispossession and oppression be central to what defines the role and value of art, and even the role of the artist in contemporary African societies or in the African context? Next slide, please. Now, if you look at the notions of reality, and whatever your reality is, or whatever your understanding of reality is, we generally believe that the everyday choices that we make are as a result of our own free will. And our reality is not as straightforward. Our daily reality, especially those of us who find ourselves outside the West, is a product of an elaborate scheme of foreign domination that has been entrenched over centuries and sustained through tangible and intangible forms of violence. Therefore, whether we know it or not, or whether we want to accept it or not, the reality that is created for us essentially presents us with daily choices that determine either how deep we sink into the smelly pit of captivity, or how close we come to coming out of this pit. It is this cognitive capture that often creates the illusion of freedom, and in particular, the illusion of freedom of choice, because often the choices that we think we make out of our free will are the choices that have been predetermined for us. One may even ask whether the temptation to move closer to the values of Western Europe by Eastern European societies translate into viable aspirations of freedom for the societies of Eastern Europe. And I think that is a question that the Eastern European communities will have to contend with. Any normal society must be governed by a set of fundamental and shared principles, such as identity, which in my view is the knowledge and understanding of self, and even the freedom to be self. Justice, which is social, economic, political, and otherwise. Sovereignty, which is a true sense of ownership, control, and self-governance. A vision, a clearly articulated vision that captures the aspirations of the people. And aspirations, which is the freedom to express yourself and shaping your reality in a way that accords with your value system. Next slide, please. Now, if you further look into the notions of reality, the realization of such principles, as I mentioned above, comes with certain presuppositions, which must be based on the lived experiences and the lived reality of the people that constitute a particular society. And it must be driven by their aspirations. As things stand, many societies are products of the dictates of other societies, or even the dictates of a small elite that resides within that society. Therefore, the architecture of such societies is constructed to reflect the aspirations of a few rather than the majority, and sometimes, even in many cases, to reflect the aspirations of foreign interests rather than of domestic or indigenous or native interests. It is this forced reality that requires a radical reimagination of the role of the artist and even the arts in society. And such reimagination should produce results that will create conditions for a free expression, and realization of individual and collective aspirations of the people that constitute that society. From the same work that I cited earlier on by Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o, I wish to take this quote where he says, there is drama in a movement apparent harmony, a kind of rest through conflict to a comic or tragic resolution of the conflict. We end with harmony at a different level, a kind of temporary rest, which of course is in the beginning of another movement. The balance of opposing ideas and social forces, of all contending forces, is important in shaping the form of drama and theater. And I assert that this is applicable not only for all forms of art forms, but also for all forms of societies. Now, to delve into a forced reality, now having tried to unpack what reality is, let us look at what is a forced reality and how it comes about. A forced reality is defined by the dichotomy, in my view, between coercion and persuasion, meaning that members of a particular society may not be or are not allowed to freely imagine or express such imagination. And if they dare express their imagination, they are subjected to the harshest consequences. And such consequences could include being excluded, being marginalized, being threatened, being arrested, or even being killed. And we have seen many people have paid the ultimate price for the conviction of having expressed, for having the freedom and the conviction to express their imagination. We have seen how institutions established to advance Western hegemony can marginalize creative content that does not accord with the dominant narrative that they prescribe. A forced reality is also defined by the dichotomy between war and diplomacy. Those who have appointed themselves the custodians of the destinies of other societies or of humanity impose their views and their value systems and their beliefs on these other societies. We have also seen how, in this case, countries invaded other countries purely because they didn't fit into their prescribed template of values. And sadly, when a country is invaded, the first and most painful casualties become the cultural heritage of such societies And if you were listening to the earlier presentations, there was also talk about individual and collective memory. And these are also the things that invasion tempers with when one society decides to invade another. Therefore, at the heart of the phenomenon of forced reality is the question of value systems. There are groups in society or in the world who believe that their values are more superior to the values of others, and therefore all in society or in the world must be compelled to adopt their values because they deem them to be superior. So we see in this phenomenon of cultural imperialism or coloniality of power and even the coloniality of knowledge and being, where languages, cultural, political, and economic, and even academic systems of dominant societies and groups are presented as universal for all, and even as the standard to aspire to. This hegemonic approach to human relations is what has defined the attitude of the West in its engagement with people outside of the West. And for the past 1,000 years, this has been recurring. However, at the heart of this dichotomy superior values versus inferior values is actually the notion of racial supremacy. And we don't see this reflected as often as it should within the artworks that are presented. Next slide, please. Now, to wrap up my presentation, I want to look at a few artists who, in my view, I think are challenging the phenomenon of forced reality. So to conclude, I now wish to present to you works of artists from Africa who, in my view, are consciously using their gifts to challenge the phenomenon of forced reality. In the South African context, I will present the work of some of the artists who, through their work, do not just provide a reflection on the lived condition of the people most affected by a forced reality, but also consciously disrupt and challenge the status quo and have positioned themselves as part of a creative movement that seeks to construct a new reality wherein the dignity of the person, and in particular the African person, is central to the structure and functioning of society. And the first artist I wish to look at is Umkhuluwa Nduduzo Makhathini in the next slide. This is the cover of a CD by Nduduzo Makhathini, a South African artist who uses the facility of music to reshape society. In this work that he titles Modes of Communication, where he reveals what he calls letters from the underworld, he brings Black people closer to their essence of being through reconnection with our ancestors. Next slide, please. And I also wish to look at the work of another formidable artist, Azael Langa, in his solo exhibition titled The Concrete Maze of Deception. Langa explores how societies constructed on the false aspirations of urbanization result in urban centers that are nothing but a concrete maze of deception. And what he does, if you look at the piece above, titled We Hope to Return, this is a reflection on the migrant labor system in South Africa that has disrupted many households and even many of the Black family structures in South Africa. And the second piece looks at In Search of Belonging, that, when people migrate to the urban centers, many of them find themselves homeless, and when I say homeless, I'm not just talking about the lack of a physical structure, but the lack of understanding who you are and where you are. And therefore, the instrument that you use for your location and navigation is therefore tampered with and is dysfunctional. Next slide, please. Now, this is also some formidable work from a sister of mine, Zizi Pophoswa, Umandlovu. Reflecting on the struggles of Black women in society, Zizi Pophoswa designed a series titled Umthwalo, which loosely translated means the load or burden that these women have to carry on a daily basis, given the forced reality imposed on them by the society they live in. And the pieces, the piece on the left, the black and white one, is named Nowinile, which is one of the names of the matriarchs in South Africa, and the other one is named Abongile. Next slide, please. Then the last artist I want to look at is, Babu Andrew Chabangu. Bra Andrew, is a photographer who defies the dictates of the forced reality by reflecting on the truth and the meaning of life for the disenfranchised black population in South Africa. And through his Brazier series, he looks at black women who, wake up, very early and content with incontinent weather to prepare meals so that they themselves can have a way of sustaining themselves. Next slide, please. And finally, forced reality doesn't just rob us human beings of the capacity to imagine freely, but it violates the very soul of our personhood. It reduces us to the objects of no value that are governed by the predatory mindset that seeks to normalize what is essentially an anti-human and anti-life culture. If artists are going to help us reimagine or even imagine the world and usher in a new and humanizing reality, they will have to consciously unleash themselves from or even extricate themselves from the current hegemonic and commodified anti-life paradigm of self and of the world. To help us imagine the world anew, I wish to borrow from the text of and the wisdom of Africa's greatest griot, Ben Okri, in the book A Way of Being Free, when he says, in a world like ours, where death is increasingly drained of meaning, individual authenticity lies in what we can find that is worth living for. And the only thing worth living for is love. Love for one another, love for ourselves, love for our work, love for our destiny, whatever it may be, love for our difficulties, love of life, the love that could free us from the mysteries, from the mysterious cycle of suffering, the love that releases us from self-imprisonment, from bitterness and our greed and our madness, engendering competitiveness, the love that can make us breathe again, love of a great and beautiful cause, a wonderful vision, a great love for another, or simple joys, and to our undiscovered repletion, a creative love, a love touched by the sublime. Amagu, Besedi, Makube Kosi Kubele. Thank you very much.
Dear Wisila, thank you so much for this interesting, elaborate, colorful presentation. We are the ones that vote for love, be sure in that. So please stay with us. I hope we shall have some time before ending the conference to exchange some views. Thank you so much. Now I'm inviting Mr. Tomohiro Okada from Japan, who is luckily present, physically present here at the conference, which is a curiosity of its kind. But the reason is that he came here to get acquainted with the scene and with the Danube Dialogues concept, because he will curate the central exhibition, one of the exhibitions for the next edition of the Danube Dialogues in 2022, and have the opportunity to present contemporary Japanese scene. So Okada, please address to us with the topic.
Yes, it's hello, this is Okada Tomohiro. It's from Tokyo. I tell to the it's kind of the according to the this year concept is connecting to the next year the dialogue for the European capital in Novi Sad. That's so. Let's go to. Yeah, that's so. this year the fourth reality. It's artist is thinking to it's something it's after the such difficulties or it's changing to showing to the some of the its case or some of the act from the Japanese artist that will be also is share the idea to see in the here next year. Yeah, that's for the last 20 years or 30 years. That is so 30 years ago is that is East and West is merged, and after 30 years now it's also is that big economic power is changing to the South and East, and it's one market. And also other side to the private company or entrepreneur goes to the into the space. The other side, it's a people. It's also it's a man, it's a woman. It's going around the world. They are shuffling, and it's finally it's kind of the pandemic. Is that so isolated, and also is that young people is thinking to the what's the future. That is even though Japan is that kind of the Japanese it's birth story. Doing to the really it's a free riot situation. That's meaning to the how the it's a change. That is the conference. It's a theme about the fourth reality, but also World Economic Forums this year told about the Great Reset. But very great, and it's also it's tremendously tolerant. So how can we do? That meaning is also is some of the artists thinking about and it's acting about some of the it's a future to showing to the direction. Before I talking with it's a curator in Belgrade for the it's a next exhibition that it's share about the such before understanding to the it's formulated is that it pick up some of the possibility. For example, is that when it's 30 years, it's really digital and really networked. Is that it using science is really changed. For it's artists showing such it's a new innovation to how to go that. It's like it's a liquid sculpture. It's Sachiko Kodama. It's made to where its metal is very hard, but it is liquid. That is like to the it's like how can I say? It's a Terminator movies. It is the changing from its metal. But it's so what we do with what we think to the it's a new materials. It's making to the new beauty. Is that meaning to the it's a next phase the digital sculptures. In other side, high definition and it's computer graphics going to the new atmosphere. It's a global succeed. It's digital art. It's a team. It's named the Team Labo. It's made to the like it's the middle age of the cathedral. I told to the really great reset or for the reality situation, it's a really busy or thinking to the not for future, but entering to the it's a Team Labo space. Like it's this one in Tokyo, also in Shanghai. They have a 5,000 square meters. It's surrounding to the like is a middle century in the Orthodox Church. Is that meaning to the surrounding icon that is isolated. It's a really hard life, and also now we are really hard job. But entering the Team Labo, that is the surrounding to the peaceful nature, mindful nature. It's a founder of the Team Labo. Name guy is Inoko. He told to the when entering here, it usually it's the participant live in 4 hours in the place. It is, I think, it's a new role of the cathedral. It's then made by the digital art stuff. Yes. Yep. And it's a second. Is that so? Artist is thinking to the future and make to the new scenario for it's sharing to our future. It's for example, Hasegawa Ai she is made to the future scenario. Especially is that it's how is that woman going to more choose or more going to free. One is the case is this is artwork is Japanese actress is married with a French woman because French is allowed to the it's married to woman, and so it's I is that thinking to testing to DNA. That is so it's giving to the how the child of both. It's to make to the it's a realized montage. Also, it's a testing the DNA how the going to you. It's how to that, and it's a finally they have it's a combat. It's a communicate. It's like it's a mother. It's a written letter to baby when going adult. That is so being with them, and it's a share about the so how the it's a possibility after the it's a genetic. It's a technology goes into new. It's a form of the family. Other side, it's Okada Hiroko. It's a she artist. It's using it's also it's a technology. It's very well. She scanned the organs, and it's so it's after that make to the 3D printers, and it's like fancy jewelry. Because of the so organ is important. So should be showing to that is importance, and to it's good for celebrate of the it's myself. Also, it's Hiroko made to other movie. This is also scenario making by the man. It's made to child. It's other. This is opposite side. But she made to the it's really movie. It's like it's talking about the it's a doctor. She is a doctor told to yes possibly it's the man can make to child. That is so. It's the man is wants to be a child. It's the first time. That's like the documentary film looks like. And it's so we finally so we share to the also it's if it's I it's going to the mother. It's really reflecting to that scenario based to the movie. That meaning to the so advanced science is making to the future, but it's what will happen. It's showing to the it's both of the contemporary artists, new media artists do that. And also it's according to the DC it's era is that it's really have a this. It's kind of that human distance or spiritual distance is coming. For example, this is a new. It's a team of new media artists, is a business person, and advertising guys. There is a work together about the interactive ad campaign that is before the earthquake in Tohoku 10 years ago. After the earthquake, they have to divide it. Because it's some of the artists really fear about the Fukushima, so it's moving to the more west of the Japan. Finally, they went to the New York City, and it's one team how to connecting each other, and it's if thinking more intimacy. That is so they made to the handmade puppet connecting to the smartphone. That is you do that. The smartphone is if it's talking with the baby, it's hello. This is connecting to the so puppet. Is that it's so dial tone put. It's kind of the interactive using the video form with it's a handmade puppet. It's a try to more distance near. It's this idea is that also it's thinking about the now COVID. More is a need about this is so. This is one. It's approaching to the new media art or interactive design guys. Is thinking to the intimacy, even though isolating. Other side, it's talking about it's both is a totally is a digital and virtual world. It's explaining and also its economic tremendous result, meaning to the young people changing is something idea about the near it's borderless to the virtual and real, also death and living. It's some of the contemporary artists is that made to the its character or it's a picture. It's especially woman, it's a young woman in Japan. Is that talking more? It's a near. It's like it's a new Gothic. It's Gothic really facing to the death, but it's that is kind of the pretty things, but something out of it's after the death, or it's also it's a virtual. It's if we can fly to virtual reality world, that's kind of it's a borderless psychological borderless description now in the it's youth. Japanese is a new age of the especially human artists to that. It's a quite interested moment is so how the physically sometimes wants to more close heartwarming, but also at the other side it's isolating, meaning to not so much heartwarming. But sometimes if I death or something to describe, and it's into the space doing that. This now it's a Japanese, it's a contemporary description. It's currently also that. So that's kind of the artist giving to the host reality, or it's a great reset. So it is very big system, but it's each visual giving to something direction. Also sometimes say to the I'm that. So please, it's connect. So this is a foreign back. We it's getting on its direction, even though the such a society. That I call to small reboot. It's that will be showing at here. Also, I really 30 years I told that express about Novi it's kind of 20 years ago. I saw in it's Belgrade in the some of the digital kids went to the Belgrade showing to the 1 megabyte computer graphics how can make to the something interested. It's at the showing at the it's independent art center in Belgrade, and it's so. But such it's idea or realizing to the future. That's kind of a small reboot in Novi Sad. Now 20 years after, it's now becoming to here is world gaming. It's a melting pot to new industry. This continuing. It's a small reboot effect. Trying it's a connecting to Serbia. It's a new generation going to the. It's a global game. Yes, this is my presentation. It's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Akada. This is really interesting concept of small reboots, great reset, and I'm very enthusiastic about the selection of artists and the exhibition of contemporary Japanese art next year within the Danube Dialogues and within the Novi Sad European Capital of Culture. Now it's my pleasure to give the floor to Svetlana Mladenov, who this year is curating Novi Sad Plus exhibition, presenting Karolina Mudrinsky, but she is also the curator with rich experience in the country and abroad. So I'm looking forward to see her presentation.
Svet se menja ne samo prirodnim fenomenima, naučnim i tehnološkim dostignućima, već i političkim odlukama i praktičnim delovanjem centara moći. Civilizacija na prelazu vekova se suočava sa brojnim i brzim promenama koje se dešavaju svakodnevno, sa tendencijom sve snažnijeg ubrzanja i nagomilavanja posljedica koje je teško ili nemoguće rešiti. Brojne pogrešne političke odluke dovele su do geopolitičkih promena koje imaju globalni predznak. Niko nije izolovan, ni države, ni pojedinci, svako može biti uvučen u tu turbulentnu groznicu u kojoj egzistencijalna pitanja postaju goruća, kao i svi problemi koje ona sa sobom nose. Život, a sa njim i čovek, kao da gube vrednost, postaju kota navođenja džojstika, na čiji pritisak dugmeta bivaju eliminisani. U takvom svetu terora i nepravde zatekao se savremeni čovek, prinuđen često da napusti svoju domovinu, ponekad da bi sačuvao golu egzistenciju, ponekad da pronađe bolje i humanije mesto za sebe i svoju porodicu, prostor koji nudi sigurniju budućnost. Živimo u vremenu punom novih izazova, posebno uslovljeni globalnom pandemijom COVID-19. Ono je već inače bilo komplikovano, izukrštano različitim interesima i potrebama, sukobima, manipulativnim odlukama, zločinima, nepoštovanjem ljudskih prava i sl. Ovo je vreme poremećenog sistema vrednosti, masovnih migracija, dugotrajnih ratova, ugroženosti identiteta i njegove stabilnosti. Na kraju druge decenije 21. veka, kada možemo reći da živimo u doba digitalne kulture, sve naglašenije je istraživanje multimedijalnosti, interaktivnosti i umreženosti informacija. Marshall McLuhan je napisao da je umetnost sistem za rano uzbunjivanje, koji uvek može da kaže staroj kulturi šta je počelo da je se događa. Tako je umetnost kroz razne svoje istorijske pokrete i pojave najavila multimedijalnu i interaktivnu praksu oslonjenu na nove tehnologije. Prezasićenost digitalnom tehnologijom i njenom stalnom sveprisutnošću danas čini da postajemo nesvesni njenog postojanja i uticaja. Umetnost je sve manje privilegovana i udaljena, sve više se otvara i postaje komunikativnija. Osvaja informativne medije koji imaju brojne konzumente. Uspostavlja direktne odnose sa publikom, omogućava da kreativni tokovi slobodno kruže i umnožavaju se. Umetnička scena Srbije danas predstavlja složeni sistem koji na prvi pogled deluje rasplinuto i nepregledno, ali je zapravo jedan živo pulsirajući organizam u kome se prepliče uticaj tranzicionog, balkanskog, ali i uređenijeg srednjoevropskog umetničkog prostora. Teško je izdvojiti glavne umetničke tokove i pravce i njihove najznačajnije aktere, jer istovremenost različitih umetničkih istraživanja, njihovo dodirivanje i mešanje čini situaciju na umetničkoj sceni zamršenijom i kompleksnijom. Usvojiši internacionalni umetnički diskurs, obogativši ga specifičnom duhom regiona iz koga potiču i u okviru koga deluju, i usvojiši nove tehnologije, umetnici se često prepuštaju multimedijalnim i intermedijalnim istraživanjima. Sada ću predstaviti 4 umetnika i umetnice koji se kreću u proširenom polju umetnosti i koji se oslanjaju na odnos u stvari intimno-javnog, odnosno privatnost u javnom polju.
So Svetlana is going to present 4 Serbian artists that are actually acting, creating within the extended field, and actually they are moving in the field between private and public.
Suvereno vladajući univerzalnim jezikom umetnosti Vesna Perunović s lakoćom kombinuje različite medijske jezike, skulpturu, objekat, fotografiju, crtež, video, instalaciju, performans, happening, akciju, gradeći nove prostorne i multimedijane instalacije, čiji su segmenti u stalnom aktivnom dijalogu. U njenom ličnom art miksu odvijaju se uzbudljivi susreti, grade mnogobrojne relacije, promovišu nove ideje i događaje, izvode akcije u dosluhu sa kontekstom, prepličući vizuelni i audio efekti sa taktilnim i prostornim elementima. U njemu važnu ulogu ima telo, posebno telo umetnice kao živi mobilni objekat. Ono u njene performanse, umetničke akcije, instalacije, video i fotografiju unosi potrebnu dozu intimnosti i daje im lični pečat. Polazeći od subjektivnog, emotivnog, intimnog i iskrenog konteksta i prevodeći ga racionalizujući ga ka opštem i univerzalnom, postiže vrlo blizak, neposredan i konstruktivan odnos sa posmatračem i konzumentom. Višeslojnost umetničkog istraživanja Vesne Perunović zalazi u različite oblasti društvenih i kulturoloških fenomena, od globalnih do najintimnijih, vezanih za egzistencijalna pitanja pojedinca. Lično iskustvo autorke samo je polazište za razmišljanje o različitim aspektima imigrantskog statusa, o problemima i prednostima ukrštanja različitih kultura, o kulturnom nomadizmu, o opasnosti posjedovanja ekonomske moći i moći odlučivanja, o sudbinama drugih, o problemima identiteta, o ženskom i muškom fenomenu i njegovim aspektima u savremenom društvu. Razvijajući strategiju otpora, umetnica ličnu memoriju koristi kao materijal za gradnju nove objektivne stvarnosti kroz estetske forme i forme komunikacije kako bi predupredila proces brzog zaboravljanja ili kratkog pamćenja tako karakterističnog za savremeno društvo. Dragan Vojvodić postaje sagovornik aktuelne umetničke situacije u Srbiji u drugoj polovini 90. godina prošlog veka, kada započinje njegova umetnička karijera. Po prvobitnoj evokaciji slikar, umetnik vrlo brzo otkriva nove i provokativne mogućnosti interdisciplinarnog razmišljanja i delovanja, te svoje interesovanje usmerava ka proširenom polju umetnosti u kome nalazi prostor za slobodno kretanje i eksperimentisanje. Svoje istraživanja od tada pa do danas usmerio je na performanse, umetničke akcije, fotografije, instalacije, objekte, video, intervencije u prostoru, slike, često kombinujući ih i postavljajući ih u multimedijski dijalog. Jedan od mnogih kodova za razumevanje umetničke strategije Dragana Vojvodića je naglašeni nomadizam koji se prepoznaje u slobodnom izboru medija i materijala, upotrebi različitih postupaka jezika, u mentalnim mešanjima podneblja i događaja, u slobodnom kretanju memorijskim kodovima i njihovom umrežavanju sa savremenim tehnološki inovativnim postupcima i sl. Istraživajući svoj lični stav i odnos prema društvu kome živi i stvara, umetnika ne sprovodi kritikujući i osuđujući, već favorizujući propozitivni karakter umetnosti, proizvodeći svoju sopstvenu malu utopiju, svoj projekat koji podstiče na razvoj i vitalizam. Odbacujući hermetičnost, on ostvaruje jedan novi komunikativni odnos sa publikom, nudeći joj kroz otvoren dijalog autentične vizije. One nisu proistekle iz ideoloških i imperativnih premisa, već su to mesta mentalne transcendencije, radoznalog i slobodnog razmišljanja, spremnog za nove susrete i izazove. Živeći u društvu poremećenog sistema vrednosti, umetnik se zalaže za poštovanje etičnosti, za ekskluzivno mesto umetnosti u okviru društva, ima koliko je danas u Srbiji savremena umetnost marginalizovana, obespravljena i ponižena, ne može joj se oduzeti niti se zanemariti njena vitalnost i značaj. Za umetnika ona je najfleksibilniji i uzvišeniji vid komunikacije. Njen duhovni diskurs, permanentno prenošenje poruka i ideje daju joj iskonsku snagu i moć koja je neprobojna i otporna na aktuelne političke zabrane, ukidanja, nipodaštavanja, ignorisanja. Nešto nam se zamračilo sada, ne znam zašto. Dobro. Umetničkim konceptima Nataše Teofilović, posebno u digitalnim animacijama, može se prepoznati njen lični umetnički rukopis u harmoničnom skladu emotivnog i racionalnog. Kroz ukrštanje racija i emocija ona gradi novu stvarnost u kojoj i figuracija i apstrakcija imaju podjednako mesto. Ono što je zajedničko njenim figurama, karakterima i apstraktnim oblicima je kretanje u nedefinisanom prostoru praznine. Svi likovi koji se kreću i žive u Natašinim prostorima praznine koncipirani su po modelu sopstvenog tela i lika, njenih karakterističnih pokreta i permanentnih radnji. To čini vezu umetnice s ovim likovima još snažnijom i iskrenijom. Život ovih karaktera zavisi od same umetnice, njene volje da ih zadrži, promeni ili ugasi. Atmosfera intimnosti obavija ove karaktere koji svojim kretnjama, koloritom ili sfumatom, senčenjima i razlivanjima unose notu lirskog i poetskog u čitavu kompozicijnu šemu pokretne slike. Čitav opus Nataše Teofilović, bez obzira na vrstu medija i njihovo ukrštanja, može se povezati sa odnosom intimnog i javnog. Sopstveni život umetnice je poistovetila i ugradila u svoj umetnički koncept i tako ga iz najskrivenijih uglova intimnosti izvukla na površinu, ne plašeći se od suvišnog razotkrivanja, zloupotrebe i manipulacije. Često elementima iz ličnog okruženja, kao što su sopstveni radni prostor, računar, kuća u kojoj živi, njena staklena vrata, lična arhiva i kolekcija, daje glavnu ulogu u svojim umetničkim konceptima. U ovom rizičnom području hrabro je izgradila svoj prepoznatljivi diskurs koji se nametnu stručnoj i široj javnosti svojom iskrenošću i osobenom artikulisanom emocionalnošću. Sad imamo video. Ne, treba mi video, kako da ga upalim. Ajde vi, da, ali ne mogu. Možete vi da ga pokrenete? Bravo. Su detalje u stvari iz više Natašinih radova.
So these were the details from the several videos from Natasha, the artist that we already encountered today, because she had that nice presentation in the first part of the conference.
Istraživanja Stevana Kojića zasnivaju se na ukrštanju umetnosti, prirode, nauke i tehnologije i predstavljaju inovativnu praksu kako na regionalnoj, tako i internacionalnoj umetničkoj sceni. Razvijajući svoj umetnički diskurs kroz umrežavanje različitih disciplina, a pritom posjedujući zavidno znanje iz različitih oblasti, skulptorske umetnosti, novomedijske prakse, oblasti novih tehnologija, informatičkog inženjeringa, programerstva i web dizajna, te sublimirajući sva ta iskustva i saznanja koji će izgrađuju svoju umetničku praksu. Uvodeći bio i ekosisteme u trajni dijalog sa novom tehnologijom, uneo je u hladni virtualni prostor dozu humanosti i osjećajnosti. Svoje radove realizuje u oblasti multimedijalne umetnosti, interaktivnih i hibridnih instalacija, umetničkih akcija, digitalne animacije, fotografije, objekata i web arta. U svom značajnom višegodišnjem projektu Samoodrživi sistem apsurda, koji započinje 2010. godine, istražuje savremene teme kao što su ekologija, iskorišćavanje prirodnih resursa, genetska modifikacija, veštačka inteligencija, robotika i stvaranje samoodrživih sistema, a sve to gradeći sopstvenu laboratoriju u polumračnom prostoru sa ukrštanjem različitih svetlosnih i zvučnih izvora, svojevrsno stanište otvoreno za eksperimente i nova rešenja. Često uz dozu humora podstaknutog povezivanjem nespojivog ili obrnutosti uobičajenog i slično. Specifičnost umetničkih koncepata Stevana Kojića prepoznaje se i u podjednakoj važnosti koju pridaje s jedne strane dobrom poznavanju osobina digitalnih medija i novih tehnologija i njihovoj svrsishodnoj maksimalnoj primjeni, a sa druge estetičnosti, ukupnom vizualnom utisku, osjećaju za prostor, razumevanju i savladavanju ambijentalnih izazova. Svi segmenti njegove instalacije, kao i čitava instalacija, ni u jednom momentu ne odstupaju od estetskog promišljanja. I sad... Sam ga pokrenula? Da. Super. Ovo je isto iz više Stevanovih radova ili više izložbi koje je imao.
This is also a presentation from several, like a mixture, a compilation of several of his artworks. That 3 of your 4 artists are exhibiting at this year Danube Dialogues, because Stevan Kojic artwork we can see upstairs in the Museum of Contemporary Art, and Dragan Vojvodic will be presented today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Svetlana, so much. Now I'm giving the floor to Mileta Postic, who, being artist, animation professor at the Academy of Arts and director of L'Arvolino Studio, is actually connecting art, education, and creative industry. So it will be very interesting to hear his presentation.
Thank you very much, Vesna. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this year's Danube Dialogues. It's a big honor and it's a great pleasure to participate here with Svetlana and distinguished guests from Tokyo, Joburg, and Singapore. All places I visited more than once and enjoyed very much, and their presentations were very interesting. Thank you. So, concerning this particular, you can change the slides every 15 seconds if I'm going to talk a little bit more generally. I completely agree with Sava Stepanov, and the Minister of Culture and Information, what they said about this situation. So I'm going to skip my introduction because it more or less is the same as theirs. So I'm just going to read the rest. My inspiration for this presentation were George Carlin and Allen Ginsberg, who I met and saw his performance, but unfortunately I have not had enough talent to learn this by heart, so I will read it. It is hard to distinguish the abstract theory and media campaigns with the actual practice and distribution of art and artistic comments of society today. But what is obvious is that the internet, interactive entertainment, social media such as Instagram, TikTok, YouTube has gained even greater and more frequent audience, and that traditional arts and arts that are not quick, easily digitized and shortened or transferred to the popular platforms are getting neglected. Painters, sculptors, ballet dancers and music bands are not exactly thriving today. And within those platforms that are adjusted to smaller screen and can be accessed with the move of a thumb, there are also developments, trends, habits and changes. For example, memes, which I am showing here today, with one picture and some texts have become a norm. The other quality is that entertainment, education, and art has become largely global, uniform, and standardized, which has already been mentioned here. We are developing and maintaining platforms for online communication, production, marketing, and distribution. Information is virtual, facts are deniable, truth malleable, and opinions polarized. For example, an artist starts using a social media platform to be present there, to reach his or her audience, and to promote recent work. Some kind of communication with interested people develops, restraints and rules take hold, and the posts evolve and either prosper or die out. Alternatively, experts are hired, they follow the manuals and do their job of posting, hashtagging, strategizing, demanding, formatting, editing, reposting, commenting, and experimenting or not. Good ideas do not possess momentum, mediocre ones survive, and worst ones thrive. Incidentally, hilarious, ingenious surfaces gets appropriated, copied, simplified, becomes banal, cheap kitsch. Some innocent, spontaneous things emerge, is noticed by someone with the following, reappears, altered, powerful brand steals it and disseminates it. Occasionally there is a profound moment that penetrates minds, attracts talent, is played with and becomes forgotten, only to emerge as new decades, as a few decades later perhaps. The playground is bigger, superficial, emotional, same as ever but different, new. Society is shocked, terrified, purified, terrorized, manipulated, controlled, and liberated. The ideas are forced onto others, the impossible solutions proposed, discussed, rejected. New actors appear on the scene with strong messages and supported by some agendas, campaigns, goals in mind. Unexpected things happen, forms veer off in unknown directions, may be beaten back in line. If one is capable of holding the perspective, exciting times are coming, boring is replaced with potent, mood constantly drops and rises. The real values stay the same: prudence, patience, mercy, love, and compassion. They're challenged by greed, lust, vanity, narcissism, and resignation. Who is the new Messiah? What is our mission? Who do we continue? Some of the old techniques wandered stubbornly into this new reality. Some of the new do not take roots. Some pretend nothing has changed, that it is a minor disruption. The others insist the change is permanent, rifts are wide, stakes too high. Some blame economic system, class struggle, political and financial system. Others blame the societal structure, power of very few with malicious intentions. Most are looking for opportunities or waiting for breaks. Younger, ambitious, and determined people are adjusting faster. Older are rejecting, brooding, and bitching. The name of the game: hijack the moment, don't hate the player, hate the game. No one is right, everyone is right. Media is not reliable. Fake news, fake boobs, fake faces, fake confidence. Fake it till you make it. Groups are corrupt, parties are corrupt, individuals adjust. Challenges are mounting, investments increasing, illusion rising, bubbles are growing and bursting. Please someone give me some answers. The camps are stubborn, the confused too many. Restrictions are doubling, demands are growing, lies are inflated, propaganda relentless. Art is escaping, still playing, troubles forgotten, smiles begotten. Most people are exhausted with information, conspiracy theories, data, worries, changing opinions, arguing issues and biases. You yearn for lightness, new beginnings, optimism, and dreams. You're tired of your own views, you want to switch sides, to not care, to ride a different wave, to be safe. It is easy to fall into traps, feel powerless and gloomy. Chaos is looming, dictatorships booming, verbal offensive brewing. We have to be liberal, politically correct, anti-racist, anti-chauvinist, anti-discriminating, anti-fat but curvy. We have to be tolerant, susceptible, sensitive, and unsuspecting, accepting, not non-demanding, vulnerable, ever-changing, climate warming, undenying. Humorous but inoffensive, confident but stereotype avoiding, alternative but obedient, non-conservative but material, not very intelligent but trendy, not curious but wealthy, taking a selfie, not generous but consuming, not demanding but alluring. You have to look like someone famous, talk like them, behave like them, and nobody cares. We are all consuming and all sharing. We are together but alone, materially independent but spiritually uninventing. Quick to poke fun, slow to empathize. Fast to blame, slow to repent, willing to lie, weak to stay by. Fond of the Mac, but with a six-pack. Sick to take drugs, booze to sweat rugs. The stories are used for very particular purposes. Art has no purpose. The story of art has no beginning, no end, no arc and no formula. Good art is not contemporary and it is not period. It is drama, comedy and adventure all at once. It does not have twists. It is a twist. It connects opposites, it divides atoms. Who is to deny it? Who is to blame it? The times are different, challenges unique, we are capable, society may be not. Medicine is restricted, health is at stake. Protocols written, questions remain. Virus is present, death may be, we want to help, how do we know? Doctors are branded, science abused. Can we listen to someone who is not used? Art is a cry, art is revealing, I can define, you can refine. Small things remain, peace is the best, we're all human, that one I love. Time is speeding, emotions are changing, isolation ongoing, desperation for lowering. Religions are passé, easy to smear, presidents are disposed, cartoons display. We're all English, we can all talk, do we all listen, did we find out? My essay is verse I need to have written. I hope this makes sense. Thank you for attending. We're all artists. We enjoy art. We will defend it and we will go by. Art helps us now like before. Let's listen together and peacefully fly. Whatever I said, the complete opposite is as much true. Art is slippery, non-aggressive, and usually a flu. We can relax, not worry, the worst is over. For good fun, you need a crew. My art is wiggly, doodly, and zen, good for plants, animals, and man. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this witty presentation. At first sight, amusing, but you have tackled the most serious questions, the most critical issues of our time. So thank you very much for introducing this different perspective. So I would like to take the opportunity, just not much time left, if you, the participants of this panel, have any questions to each other. Do we have Adeline and Wysile still with us? Are they online?
I'm here, yes.
So,
yes, I am.
Okay, so if there are any questions for the participants among you? Mileta, have you got any questions?
I want to greet your participant from La Salle. The first thing hello. The first thing I thought when I saw you is how beautiful your building is at La Salle and how probably you don't go to work. There's glass.
Well, we're working from home. Yes, the beautiful glass facades and everything.
You stay at home and work probably, right? And have online classes.
It's blended. It's blended now. So just in the past few days, the numbers are going higher. So we've been told to try to work from home, but we've been going in last week and the week before.
Okay. Mr. Okada, any questions to the, or just, okay.
It's okay.
Okay, so thank you so much.
Yeah.
I would like to thank all the participants for this really inspiring exchange of views on the topic. And we are finishing this conference with the participation of Ivana Sremčević-Matijević, the director of Video Medea Art Festival in Novi Sad. And we shall finish with just a video representing the Video Medea Festival. Thank you so much, and stay with us just for this presentation.
Thank you, everybody.
really important festival, not only for Serbia but also, for this part of Europe. Is bringing several, or showing several different options, how to deal with nowadays with the video and new technologies, what is possible, what is the possible level of creativity, what is the role of technology. So everything can be really, easy discussed using these examples from the program. So I think that's the very also influential festival for the students, young artists from the region and from Serbia. So I think that it is one of the really good festivals.
It's my first time here, and what I find so important that video as a medium and as a language is connecting so many people from very different areas and countries of this world. So here we see works from Chinese artists, Korean artists, American artists, and a lot of various artists from Europe. I think that this is the most important effect also of a festival, and also for me a very pleasant situation to come here in terms of meeting all those people who are here and also seeing all these works, screenings and installations.